Well, hello, and welcome back everybody to this Friday edition of X4. Yes, it became Friday because we are shifting through the months, and as we draw nearer to April, I can also feel my schedule moving up. There are jobs coming up, and appointments still being made, and heavy negotiations going on, so yeah, all of that. But that's not why we're here today, are we? So, welcome back everybody. And I am pouring myself already the, I think, second or third cup of coffee of the morning, as I went over in my head what actually happened last week. And last week was actually a very interesting and very, how to say, branching into a new direction, interesting recording. So what basically I set out to do was go to Amaze, visit the new wharf, and update my escorts, my security forces, so to speak. And it turned out to be a very interesting practical lesson in weapon systems, in ship choices, and in formation building. We have departed from that system with a fleet carrier full of newly refitted ships. And I mean newly in the way that most of them were already part of the fleet, but they simply have been refitted. And of course, some additional numbers have been printed, so new ships also have been printed. The last batch is currently being printed as we speak, but the fleet carrier and I myself in the Osprey medium ship are flying back towards Hiva. And we left with a distinctive realization, is that we have interceptors without actual capabilities to gain on set enemies such as mining ships and raiding parties from both the Ka and the Xenon. Having thought things through, I realized there are a few options we can try. I have mentioned the scouts, since they seem to be already kind of pre-built the frame to achieve higher speeds. But at the same time, I also started thinking the Falcon is a good interceptor, since it can hold out on its own for a bit until the rest arrives, until the bigger brother arrives, the buzzard. So the other option I was thinking, what if we actually equip travel drives? Or let's not go that far. Let's first start comparing the travel drives against the combat drives and see if there is a potential for the Falcon to be a better interceptor, which I want it to be. If so, it is the most opportune time to send some of the refitted ships back on their own accord and have them refitted with travel drives, and then absorb them in our current position at Hiva Twin 1, where already a destroyer is patrolling, and that destroyer of course has limited capabilities in engaging with these medium ships. So that is a bit of the agenda for today, and of course I will also pick up where I left. So we have a batch of ships incoming. We are kind of starting to delve into the medium platform, so we taken a look at the Peregrine. I made a first customization to my own Osprey, so you know, we are slowly moving things, and I'm excited today to push that a bit further, to have some of these ships start working in our own home system. And yeah, we'll see where it goes from there, right? We still have the whole universe doing its own thing, so we might be asked to respond, we might be asked to say yes to an opportunity that arises, so I don't know. It'll be an interesting day today, I hope. As always, I am ready guys, I hope you too. And I would say all settings have been made. I'm quickly gonna check. Recording is going. We have hundreds of hours of storage. The red light is burning, and I have all the audio channels coming in. I feel confident. Load them up, boys. So as we are on the returnal towards Hiva Twin 1, a friend of mine, he recently asked me a few days ago an interesting question, to which I said to him, oh dear, I'll have to boot up the game to give you an answer for that. His question was, what is actually your worth? And I also told him, like, I'm gonna come back with the answer to that next week, because that's also an interesting thing to go over with my viewers. So, Resira Sunrise Trading Company. Fascinating. I chose that name like more than already 50 episodes ago, and it still upholds, right? The major thing we do is still trading in general. So our net worth is around the 320 million, with a total value of ships being 129 million and a total of stations of 47 million. Our inventory is alone already worth 2 million, and available cash 110 million.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, stand by please. So, the reason why I want to reflect on this is the wealth is being used as a measure of success, right? And the obvious question or judgment that follows is based on the number. To me, honestly, I have to say this
Entering
number
system, Trinity Sanctum.
is kind of meaningless in a way. In a way, I've hardly ever referred to it on my episodes, both in my playthrough as Argon or as Stellati. You know, I glanced them, realized them being so at the top of the menu chain. But the thing is, it is a very, very, very strictly time-bound measurement. So it is measuring now. However, now does not mean you know, next week. It does not mean next month, and it does not mean next year. So that is a bit of the thing. Is to me, this metric kinda gives me an expectation at what kind of level somebody else is playing. right? Depending on the numbers that I see, I can kind of build a framework in my head. Oh, okay, this player is organizing or specializing in this kind of path or development. But rather than that, I refrain from using it as a judgment to how good a company is doing again, because I'm afraid mm, if you are operating as we do with no intentions of dominance or uh, you know selling off or making huge amounts of profit, um, you're kind of not bound to these metrics, right? So that is a bit of how I feel about it. To me, honestly, yeah, having seen these numbers, it wouldn't tell me anything. Like I don't get a sense of I need to do more this, more that. No. I get that more from actually this view. The more I manage here, the more I manage here, um, that gives me a better representation of how the company is doing and where problems
Entering
are.
system. EWAS twin.
So yeah, quickly wanted to check that. Especially I wanted to feel, I wanted to see if looking at it, thinking about it, um, quickly, going over my head, like what have we been doing the past year? How have I going about things? Could I've been doing better? No, these values don't mean to me. I really need to be hours in here to make that judgment. To me, this is actually the real metric. Yeah, because if I also, reflect on Hiva Twin 5, Hiva Twin 5 made us actually a ton of money, a ton, millions. I set out here to try new things. The investments were heavy. The investments were eventually more than I calculated upfront. Remember all those solar panel arrays? So, as another accident, I completely mismanaged my Excel storages, and we spent episodes on episodes on episodes ferrying that all the way to Sagara space, selling it off. Amazing. But to be honest, we all know how that went. That mistake became a valuable lesson that propelled the company to new levels. Absolutely new levels. The learning we did from making mistakes here, thinking them through, committing to them, finding all the way across the galaxy finally a customer and getting rid of them in a arguing slow process. And then as a reward, being so done in by your own actions that you actually start to notice things and manage to set up a working station in a completely different part of space where completely different races are. You know how invaluable that is. Yet again, I'm not gonna see that back in this metric. Um, while you're going through that process. Um, we know, me and my viewers know, we have earned our knowledge and wealth mainly by avoiding models, avoiding certain how to say, principles. What we basically did was a very reactionary game. Alright, this is going on. I found this. Let's join in. Hey, circumstances change. Alright, we learn from it. Let's change. And that is kind of how we learned how the universe worked and prospered through it. Yeah. So yeah, interesting going over that metric. Yeah, up till today it does not change a thing for me, and quite honestly,
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
I figure it's more for the bragging rights. Right? It's more for the bragging rights. So guys, we have
Osprey,
arrived
Vanguard.
at Heaver Twin 1. We actually docked the ship. This ship is high. Yeah, I've docked. Okay, let me quickly go over a few things in my head. There's the carrier. I would like some separation, please, just before we start off. Lie in wait. Yeah, also, if I reflect back, at the beginning of the game, I've spent so much money on procuring ships that have been dormant for months, and only now do we see huge change in that fact, right? Like with the stations now fully operational, all of that stock is being put to use, with now finally the combat aspect of our fleet being addressed. We also see a renewed use of assets. So yeah, it is really, I think, important to realize how long do you expect to play through, right? I think for this playthrough, I do not seek unnatural market domination. So rather than, being occupied with destroying the competition, taking over markets, I'd rather be engaged in a supportive role and ensure multiple factions, multiple companies, multiple initiatives are going on. It's the easiest way to defeat an enemy as huge as the Xenon and the car. So obviously limitations will be in place, and obviously, certain behavior like we exert now, like selling against low prices, I think those are things that will persist for a long time to come. Because yet again, I feel more bound in this playthrough
Awaiting orders.
to see Taladi as a faction, as a race prosper, rather than being oriented on company wealth. That's for sure. Now, right, we have our carrier in position. And we also have a destroyer patrolling once I spot that one. EWY 426. Let's check that with station. Nope. actually... What went wrong? Might have selected something wrong. Check. There it is. Yeah, we put a few on them.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
They're actually docking as we speak. Just arrived. I think they have a hard time catching up with it. Okay. So I quickly wanna check. Yeah, we have a loadout of them. Thrusters and engines. Check. We're gonna work with that. Okay, so with the combat MK3s, get a speed of 302, and if we swap 248 with the travel drives, boost speed 1745, 878 with travel drives, travel speed will be 4219. Wow, twice almost, as good as twice, bit less, but that's a huge difference. So I think I've kind of found an important aspect why our interceptors might need a change here and there. Okay, so let's remember we can get 4219 out of a Falcon. That would be actually pretty darn amazing for an interceptor. So what changes with the yaw, pitch and roll? Not much. That is interesting. So it has still the same combat agility. However, it is primarily then focused to pull ships from sublight speed, and once they have been pulled, it will have a bit of a harder time dominating them. So I do not want to have all my interceptors changed. Preferably they should be a fraction of the interceptor squad. Right, okay, so let's have a look at the Falcon. No, the Kestrel. Let's give it a high preset. So, only a few hundred meters a second faster. 4,700 instead of 4,200. However, with significant less shield and hull, so it is not preferable. I figure. I think my theory was right. It is better to stick at the Falcon platform, use our shard configuration, and simply have a fraction of them reverted into travel drives. We'll still keep a decent amount of hull and shields, so they'll hold out until the rest of the wing catches up. Quick check with the Guillemot. That's another platform. I remember it had some worse yaw pitch and whatever, so I think if we really come across an enemy that has these numbers, we might need to spec into this. However, let's quickly, yeah, this doesn't make me happy. 1,500 shield is not enough, so you'll need again to use swarm tactics. It's not preferable. I think the Falcon might actually be better. The Buzzard. One. It's worse off. We're not doing that. It'll definitely make it combat ineffective. That 2-3 run is already so yeah. It's not a bomber, it's not hunting large ships, so the travel drive is not gonna help him out here. I need him to hunt down raiding parties, medium ships, and actually see the missiles being used. Right, so I've done my homework, learned some new things, and look at that, the reward is ships are being printed. Unfortunately, no Falcons, so I will have to send a few of them back on their own accord. Well, let's wait till these babies arrive, and we'll port them over to the carrier. Then I'll be doing a final check on the numbers, and then I think we can start off with some distribution. So also no, previous episode I saw, I said, like, we filled up this carrier and it's not gonna be emptied out. Well,
Requesting permission to dock.
also
Docking permission granted.
about that I had a good think. And what came in mind was really simple. The experience of me having too much ships doing nothing immediately kind of resonated after the recording previous week. So my head went like, yeah, okay, so you have a carrier full of ships which you don't know exactly what you want to utilize it or how, except for some kind of fast response that is not needed at the moment. So isn't it better to start dividing those numbers up into the forces you already have, and we know there are some things we can spend it on. So that thought won eventually. So yeah, I do think it's better to utilize them, and then we can of course refill the carrier with some adapted designs as well, right? Like today I found out we do want to have some Falcons with travel drives. So what better way to manage that than to streamline a few ships off? can't say. I was kind of afraid for again a friendly fire incident between my forces and the Ministry of Finance. Can I get some metrics on that vessel? Encyclopedia. I can. Look. We should be able to start gaining up on them quick. We already could. A previous episode, the wing proved if the enemy makes a mistake, if he lingers too long in the system, and he has to take that arduous journey back to the gate, they're done. We'll catch up. But now, with a few of them, these Falcons travel drive enabled, that will definitely mean a bigger success rate against these vessels. Also in Heaver Twin 1, especially there where they depart from a superhighway and there's limited time. Yeah, I'm not making any guarantees because that junction there is definitely short. So no matter what options I choose, I might be always running late. This platform goes a bit faster. Check. But promising, very promising. Looking forward to put that to the test today. Okay, we have the elements printed. Let's see, no other ships. Check. Let's have them dock at the carrier. I've got them now. Traders. Let's give them a few minutes to catch up. Switch to the carrier in a few as well.
Osprey, Vanguard.
So most of them should be here already. Perhaps the Peregrine is still on its way, but let's see. Wouldn't be surprised if it already caught up. Check. All docks cleared. Now, I need to also properly name them. I believe they are LGM, so let's double check that first. Yep. Check. Beam emitters indeed. So we now know, sure, gonna name them correctly, because it will become a bit more interesting in a bit with variations of the Falcon. Check. So the Peregrine Falcon. I think this is a setup of it. Yeah. Check. Read pulses. Beam emitters. Name. Copy that. Peregrine, there it is. Check. Quick check through the menu. I figured those are all docked, yeah. Okay, so the LGMs are ready, the Peregrines are ready, and the poles, yeah. So the shards, need to have a look at the shard. It's not what I want to do. So 30 ships. I think I'm gonna start off with 10. So let's grab a hold of 10. And that will be our... that will be the group, which is gonna be transformed into travel drops. I think the way I want to go about this, if I rename them now, it'll be easier. So let's start working from the top. I'm gonna rename you to Shard T, which stands for travel drive, and I'm not gonna do it for the combat drive. So combat is gonna be the default, and if we're gonna change things around, then they're gonna get a letter behind it. Otherwise not. Let's also automate this process a bit. Check, copy. One more. Ten times. All right, let's send them off. Great. Repair. Change you guys around to travel drives. Combat drives stay. These are good. Yeah, perfect. Better do that for all ships. So, travel drive. Firm order. And once you are all done, and dock and wait at the carrier. Magic in the working. I'm really holding off forming up the wing until, you know, all the bits and pieces are done in a bit. Like I couldn't already, you know, start putting the buzzards and the other shards in the formation and sending out here in Heaver Twin 1, but I really want to do it from the same framework as we did in Ian Amazura. So basically we are gonna start off with multiple variations and then we are gonna observe what works. So that's why I'm kind of holding off, so not to be distracted with like, yeah, having to do the adjustments, then at the other hand having to deal with random xenon ships popping through the junction, like all of that at the same time. It doesn't really help serving. So these are smaller falcons, so a few minutes we're gonna wait, and once they're back, yeah, it's gonna be playtime, and I definitely hope we can expect some more xenon traffic today at this junction, but we'll see. Right, I'm gonna make myself another cup of coffee. Be right back. I am sorry for the mic cut there, but I am so curious indeed to see now what is gonna happen. Right, give me one more minute and I'll be ready. Right, and I'm back. Let's see, how far are we in? 1 hour. So, let's clear the deck again. Deck all empty. Now I want to start off with the carrier. We have on board docked 50 out of 59 ships. That's probably correct. Okay, now I want to switch over to the destroyer currently patrolling. I'll need to resolve some of the land and then redock. scripting going on at the moment. So basically 2 of them still haven't been able to land on the destroyer, so their assignment is critical. I can't change that script. I need them to land, so I'm gonna pause the destroyer for a bit. We can do transfer of ships. Then I'll have it resume its patrol and start working by the book, like checking first. Why are you deploying stuff? Absolute weird. And then yeah, we can set up the destroyer to new parameters if necessary, then follow suit with the first formation to ensure that as much of the scripting is going to work. Pick that up, please. That's expensive. A cargo drone? No, I managed to select the wrong. Transfer with. Bueno, to probably redo it again. Transport as with, there we go. I think I'm already at full capacity. Check.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
Okay, let's run the carrier. So we have a captain skill level 3. Let's start with the beginning. Still one ship docked. Probably no captain there.
Can I help?
Yeah, looks so.
Goodbye.
QN 581. There's definitely somebody in there. Okay. There we go. Easy fix. Check. Yeah, glad I'm doing this. So, indeed, 0 of 6 ships docked. Need to check that. So, ship overview. We have quite not what I expected.
Awaiting orders.
Only 4 ship capacity. Oh. There goes my plan for the day. Check something out. Yep. 4. I kind of thought this also through in a way though. As an alternative, I could always have these ships working for the station. Which probably will give them the same range. Yeah, so we'll have to indeed be a bit more dynamic in this case and work from the station. The upside is we can still utilize Delta Group. So I would say let's start off with 2. No, we have 4 available, so 2 docks, however. Still, let's go for 4. We are gonna assign that one to. It actually will work out. Yep. Assign you to the destroyer. So Pause and wait for me again. Or short T's. You will be accepting for the commander in Alpha. Alright, have something decent over there. So point guard is not a bad formation, to be honest. Let's see. Leave you guys to defend as the carrier. Set you to defend, but leave you for now disarmed. We only have 5 anyhow. Stop with that. Let's leave them launched for now. Yeah, I'm kind of happy with this behavior. And let's see, response to attack, use judgment. Response to pirate harassment attack. Yeah, think we should start running this. quick checkup. How fast is the carrier in relation to the falcons? Yeah, its disadvantage is it needs a long time to turn around before it can go into travel speed. So often it's not fast enough. Okay, so we have utilized the maximum number of docks at the destroyer 4. That leaves us still with the station. So what I also could do is put a group on the station, which is a bit heavier. So we could base it off an Buzzard LMG, light guided missiles, then souped up with some regular shard falcons. So basically the destroyer responds first, the station responds a bit slower but more consolidated. However, I honestly think at the moment this system does not need that second line of defense. We rarely get to see any more action than simply mining ships or small parties of xenon traveling through. So I'm gonna refer doing that. I think that this is truly, unfortunately, a bit more than enough for now for this system. Because I also think I don't want to sit and wait here for hours until we make contact. Just to then make another adjustment. Yeah, Ministry of Finance is currently patrolling the hell out of this region. Do not want to further mix my forces up there. So let's keep the looks a bit more internal then. We have at least checked off the first sensible thing, and that is the destroyer protecting our own HQ. We've chosen to do 4 of the fastest responders we have because this junction is very short, so we need all the travel speed we can get. And once they pin them down, I do think 4 should be enough. So that's why I don't think a second line of fighters is needed. 4 of these babies should be able to pick them off. Now I do have a trading fleet, so let's look at that ship. Here the situation changes, so we do have the option to put more on them, which is quite frankly also necessary because they are again made out of paper. Yet we have them already coupled with the destroyer. Some old versions of escorts, check. Yeah, this is definitely a situation where I would not utilize the travel drive falcons for the simple reason it's not an offensive force. We're not hunting down, we're actually letting the enemy come to us, so speed is less important. So the normal shard builds would actually work here better. And also I think a few on the trader himself in case of separation, obviously. Let's see, what trading fleet is this? Second. Move diamonds. So separate a bit. Let's have normal shards. You'll be intercepting in alpha.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
I'm not gonna entirely do like the whole formation thing and whatever, since these ships are currently not in operation anyhow, so I think main part is kind of distributing the forces. Check. So also might want to have a few shards on the actual trading vessel.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
So that should do for now for the 2 trading wings, making them at least more standby for operations again. That. No, that is a neutral contact. There we go, all docked. Nice. The builder I think is good on its own for now. Don't think I want to have forces dedicated to that as we speak. Let's get you also a bit out of the line pattern. So the lead ship, let's get some info on that one. So that one is also ready to be filled up with some older models. Let's see. Two of them here. More. Right, I think I've got the most of them. I also think these scouts are all occupied. Check. Won't bother them for now. Right, we should have space now for these. Right, the compactor is not operational at the moment too, so let's hold off. Yeah, I'm quite surprised. I'm not that disappointed at how it's going. So with the lead ship, reckon at the moment it's not that much of a target, is it? Nonetheless, let's go for 2 peregrines. say shards. Yeah, also this is a formation not really dedicated to assault. It's more to headbutt incoming forces. So let's have the peregrines form up a bit of, mid-platform defense. They can take a punch. Then we have the more agile falcons intercepting for them. And again, also this is a ship not in operation at the moment, so just kinda today forced to make a real rudimental framework, since it is key to have a bit of security on the weaker ships, such as the trade ships, but also at the capital ships for prestige and reputation. Don't want to be swiped away because we travel a system. So it is good to be doing this. it is forcing me to kind of start dealing with all of the enemy activities around us in a good way, in a good way. So also about this, I'm happy for now. So I'm gonna let the function dock. Hopefully the Falcons will follow suit as soon as the Peregrines have landed. Otherwise, I'm a bit back to the issues I had with managing a bit of more of these structural wings. Yes, perfect, perfect. I love this. I think this really came in with an update. This used to be the case a while back. I had to like manually put them all away again. But perhaps I was also, you know, scripting things together wrong, so who knows. Such a quality of life that the whole formation just follows suit. Follows suit. Alright, perfect. So, let's see. The miners are fine. So roughly I think I'm there. Check. I am happy with the station. Not gonna build a new wing from the station itself. I don't think it's needed for now. First trading fleet. The sketch is there. Utilizing normal combat drive fleets. Eventually I could choose to pair them up, but we'll need to see how things evolve. And of course it has the destroyer with another foreign intercept. So maybe a mix is actually a good thing. Defense and interception. Okay, same applies here with the second trading fleet. 4 defense, 1 defense, interception. Happy with that for now. Fleet. Taking care of that. Let's clear the deck anyhow. So, Alpha Group. add the carrier for interception, I think. So let's see, we have Alpha for defense, have you on attack with. Now let's have you on interception. Okay, having that done, now I think we come to the realm of the LGMs. Yeah, let's start off by building one wing. So you will be a bomb intercepting for the carrier. Alpha. Give you shards to intercept with. Alpha. Let's give the formation a small bump. Yeah, I also will need to further train myself how I build these lists, because obviously we have here some internal defense that is on the lead ship, and then we have followed up a carrier which is external. So I'll need to also have this kind of structure built in my head how I do this with every formation, so I don't get confused during combat. So this looks good for starters, to be honest.
Awaiting orders.
You know what? So think, we've been using the builder so often lately, it feels bad to ignore it. Let's also have an LGM based solution working for it. So one is gonna be alpha defense. I do hope it's an unassigned ship I'm pulling. And otherwise it should light up here. And I can always check the call signs. Doesn't look like they're in the list though. Yeah. Alright, so one LGM dedicated. Let's have 3 shards for him working. Oh, there you are. Also, I think, to be honest, a pulse boat is not a bad idea. Let's add you to Alpha. Because yeah, the builder is quite stationary. Might actually do with a platform sitting next to it. absolutely gorgeous shot. Just look at that. And that. So have a look at that inverse V shape. Much going on. It's a slow ship. Right, I think, well, I think that today was definitely not something that I was quite expecting. But I think that also has to do with a bit of expectations I created for myself. Previously in Ian Amazure, it went so ridiculously well with testing things out. There were constantly ships jumping about, enemy ships, so it was easy to test things. Today it's a bit of a complete different story. We're in an operating system uh, where there are not that many solutions necessary. So I kind of reverted to uh, creating a bit of a more balanced fleet. So we've dispersed quite some of the assets among trading fleets, among the construction fleet, among the lead fleets, among the carrier itself.
Awaiting orders.
We've tightened up the formations as well. The carrier is back under the lead wing. The construction fleet will remain separate because of, proved already it's better for management. So, quite objectively, things are actually very good. We've lost nobody today, let that be said, because we have quite some assets so again out today, so happy about that. But I do think I've been noticing a few markers. So things do look stable as we've kind of built the economy for us to be. Sometimes there is an overstock, sometimes there's a shortage of buyers, but in the end, I do not have to intervene, I do not have to bump. After not a set time, but after a while, things stabilize again. The buyers appear, overstock disappears, and the whole ratio of buyers, procurers, sellers, traders, that all is intact. So I do notice a few more today. So what I want to do is grab a bit of coffee, have a bit of a small walk, think about things as they have been for the moment, and then quickly dive back into how is Heber Twin doing, how are the storages doing, And also the question I have, which I actually see, how far are we in? 2 hours 80 minutes, not bad. I might actually take the plunge today and see what's out here, because that might also give me some early signals and some concrete information about what kind of dangers is looming from there. And also might be interesting, not messing here though. Yeah, I wanted to say it might be interesting mending relationships with the Ministry of Finance. However, my gut tells me that it's not as simple as sending a carrier out there. So I might want to hold off on that. Right, so I am gonna get myself another cup of coffee, and we're gonna check the station economy in a bit, and also get some more information in about how that part of space is doing, where we still have miners frequently operating. Ministry of Finance is there, very active. So my gut tells me also, like, now's the time to answer some of the question marks. Right, I'll be right back. Alright guys, thank you so much for your patience. Let's get down to business. So let's go quick to the station logical overview. Energy cell production. Check. Yeah, so our new hourly rate is 135,720. Already I kind of decided in my head I wanted to adapt the storage allocation. So 135,700. Enter that. Allocated cargo space is full. Okay, we'll kind of see what it exactly means. I think I should have more than enough. Wow, look at those bigger numbers go. Message disappeared, so all good. Raw scrap is currently not in operation. We are fine. I might want to change this setting. No customers. Clearly the minerals are doing better than the liquids and the gases. It is what it is. For now, check. It is what it is for now. Right. So let's turn our attention towards company regard. Check out. Where's indeed that rapier? Of the station, right? Yeah, so am I. Alright, I'm gonna bring this puppy with me. And also I'm gonna bring the lead formation with me. I think we're in a good spot to to start exerting a bit more overall dominance, right? Not be afraid to travel with our assets. So I think unwillingly or like not even focused at it, this day has come today. prepared, right? Yeah, so let's have this baby delivered to the docks and I'll pick it up from there.
Rapier.
Yep, that's the ship I was looking for.
Condor. Vanguard. Stork. Vanguard. Docking granted. Successfully docked.
Man, am I rusty. Man, am I rusty. Oh, this is gonna be fun today. Morning on deck. So, me being sometimes a complete idiot, let's check if I'm at the right ship. Does looks like so. But we only know shore. Yep, fleet. And yeah, that one is light green, so I'm on the right ship. Okay. I do think that the travel towards Company Regard will be quite without any danger. Yeah. We have two choices from here. No, actually just one. Let's go towards Company Regard. So my plan is to take up a position not far from the gate, and from there actually start kind of checking the area, but maybe what I'll do is actually park quite close to the gate. So let's have the formation, which will be my utility vessel and the carrier. Yeah, start moving. 2 ships. Not far from the gate, bit of empty space. Would be good to have also overview of the gate itself. So let's see, we have the carrier. Probably jump in somewhere here, but I would say lie and wait. Lie and wait. Lie and wait. Then we end up with our window right towards the gate. That would suit me. And from that moment on, I'll decide if and what the role of the carrier should be. For now, I'm focused on getting there. Alright, let's see how this adventure will turn out.
waiting.
Now that kind of looks dramatic, does it? We made it through. Leaving utter destruction in our wake.
Requesting permission to dock. Docking permission granted.
So already I've been kind of observing how this journey went with the lead ship, and a few things I've noticed. Like if you're committing to a battle and you suddenly realize you need the utility ship, you're too late. That thing moves slow. And that is if it goes through a gate without
Entering system. Company regard.
causing a pileup. Another thing is, it also needs a bit of time, you know, to get going. So to be honest, I think here in this system, it will be better for me if I commit the lead ship to let's try out a patrol area. That'll be company regard itself. Confirm. So let's delete the orders. There we go. Carrier will be following suit. Right, folks. Formation is in the system. Exciting. Haven't done one of these in a long while. Creeping up to a frontier. Alright, so let's review the two big ships. We have the utility ship being the group leader on a patrol, and we have the carrier on an intercept. That's perfect. And for now we have an LGM buzzard with 3 shards assisting him. So that is for now, I think, more than fine, especially since we know Ministry of Finance is heavily represented near the gate. So I think as soon as we reach approximately this point, that will be a good position for me to review where we stand in terms of sensory data, any new information, any movement detected from enemy forces. If not, I will then transition towards the rapier and take a jump into the next system. Therefore, not like unnecessary risking my main assets, but rather jumping quick with a more than capable ship, get a reading on things there, and get out before things get hot. Then I'll have 2 big ships waiting for me here. Ain't you a big one? Yeah, I think the pattern will be a bit different though. So let's see, let's have the rapier up.
Rapier.
Yep, I am not in a rush to go into an enemy system, guys. So I'm gonna take my time, especially since I'm rusty again.
Jump gate. Scale plate green.
Yep, they've got their utility ship, multiple destroyers, so whatever's out there, they're not kidding about it. It's serious to them. And it definitely looks like they're having a like a defensive holding pattern, so they're not really gearing up for assault or whatever.
Phoenix. E.
Sagaris Pioneers, all the way out here, guys. Welcome. Look at that. It's a lot of hardware, a lot of money. Take care of it, guys.
Peregrine, Vanguard, Phoenix, E.
That is interesting. Wait, they're Taladi. Check.
Phoenix, E. Peregrine, Vanguard.
Interesting. What are they lined up for?
Phoenix, E.
Alright, this should get interesting. Jumping through and rapier gone.
Entering system. Scale plate green.
Oh god. What? Rex. That. Taladi. Interesting. First evidence that things changed around in this system. Oh, not a good ship for this system. Hello.
Scanning array factory.
Quite.
Vulture, Sentinel. Scanning array factory.
Another Taladi target. We had that already in the previous scan. Their build storage is also filled up, so they're quite planning something here.
Scrap processing factory.
Of course. Of course. Well played, entrepreneur. I wonder though, who's buying from you? Build storage here is quite smaller. Definitely indicating for me that they have kind of reached their objective. Right. Let's do a midway scan.
Autopilot engaged.
Ah, bad idea.
Autopilot disengaged. Empty space.
Lifestyle red. Yep. Some. Got it. We have our first hostile target.
Talati defense platform.
First,
Hive guard.
hostile contacts, multiple. Check. Assaulting the station. I'm getting back into safer territory. Alright, let's not get around. Eyes on. We're going, mate. I need to first find the exit. Check. Have that pre-programmed. Now I'm a bit more relaxed in checking out exactly are we dealing with, because I might become the next target. We all know how that goes. Okay, at this moment, I've kind of seen enough to know further exploration is possible, but we do need to come in with bigger numbers. So, I have the facilities finally. I would not want to take that opportunity for us, you the viewers, to actually showcase that we can put it to good strategical use. So the first reason for me is obviously this system has just seen a few stations being built. Some of them are even under attack. But the business interest is there. So if it is possible to identify what exactly are the targets we're dealing with, it'll be easier to decide if this system is worth our attention further.
Entering system. Company regard.
So first things first, let's return towards the ship. And think
Autopilot. Engaged.
a bit about the choices we have to make today.
Autopilot disengaged. Stork Vanguard. Successfully docked.
So the rapier actually proves to be some solid piece of tech. Definitely delivers on the book of fast reconnaissance. Yeah, keeping however it under control at all times is a bit of its weak spot. Go too fast in the system we were just in, and yeah, the xenon might be the worst of your problems. So I feel that sending one of the big guys is a bit too risky at the moment, so I want to start off smaller. I have my Osprey available. I'll need, however, to send it over, that's the only thing. Let's have you dock at my current location. So what I'll do is I'll utilize the Osprey. We also have the new weapon configuration on the Osprey, so better turrets. And I'll use some of the unassigned docked LGMs, the Falcons, and we even have Peregrines. So we can actually build a formidable, I would say, expeditionary force and brute force this system. And again, it's not about, for me at this stage, at going in there and shooting them up. It's more about seeing, okay, I've seen a few, I think 2 defense platforms. I've seen, I think 2, maybe more separate enemy craft. So all in all, it's a bit vague. I want to have more information, and I think going in there with a strong enough force is just the thing that can make me judge better what threats the system has, and if we should get more involved, and if so, what are the correct assets to achieve the goal, right? So let's wait for the Osprey to join up. I'll board her, use some of the docked fighters as I said, and we'll slowly, steadily but surely head in there, and we'll see what we can have uncovered today.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Right, let's take her out and we'll form up in space. Quick check the current stowed ship. It's probably an old build by the looks of it. Yeah, mute charge. Check. Don't think it's in a... It's actually... It's set to follow, so that shouldn't bother us. Check. Let's form up. Mains.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Mm-hmm. Carrier. Let's start off with 2 pulse boats. Which will be defending you. Speed on. Let's do 2 LGMs each, which will be attack with. Yeah. Bit of lack of short boats. Add one to each, also an attack with. Right, that'll have to do. Well, there's no reason I can't actually utilize these guys. Let's see. That's Bravo then. Could do with 4 more. Also on defense, but then in Gamma. So they'll be operating separately from the Beta group. And that's an yeah, that's just to increase the chances for me if the 2 gunboats get too hyper focused on 2 threats and there are multiple ships still remaining, they'll have a separate wing with a different outlook on things, and hopefully they'll stick nearer. So it might seem a bit overkill for a reconnaissance mission, but we know the area is hot, so I'm not there to test the waters on, you know, finding out kill by kill how many ships do I exactly need. I'll just kind of go for overpowered based on what I've seen and hope it'll be more than enough. Right, let's check what kind of formation do we have going. And also, yeah, that has been set. X shape. Not quite sure. I'm seeing the X shape here. I think I might need a few more ships for that. I kind of see it. I kind of see it. Interesting. Not too shabby. Let's try it out. So, ah. I would say let's press easy. I think it'll be easy for me if I pull it from. Yeah, alright, not too bad. Let's do an explore protocol. That's the least disruptive choice I can make without risking my formations, and indeed let's keep it a bit out of that defense platform territory. Xen factory, Xen defense platform. Let's kind of work on this area, see what we can learn, what can do is further perhaps adjust the area, be more effective about it as such. So indeed, let's kind of focus on this area here. Check. Alright, off we go. Exciting. So, we have an interesting development. So there are two defense platforms that we could decide to take a hit on. However, I don't have, I think, the right ships for the job. We would need to hijack a destroyer for that. Wish I had more. There we go. That is good news. Main batteries. That's also, I think, good news. Well. Well. My friends, I will remain eager here while I'll call over the destroyer. There we go. Now that is an asset I'm willing to bet is perfect for the job. And it's going like it has a mission. Look at it. Straight lining. Guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make another cup of coffee. We are in 4 hours. So all the time for me to make the right decisions. I will keep the feed focused on myself since this group is in the most direct danger. And let's see if we can make this opportunity count. Speak to you in a bit. And orders you shall have, sir. First, let's run you through the books. So 0 ships docked, that's exactly what we want. We do not want medium or small class to interfere. This is big boy stuff. So this ship is gonna remain on its own. Let's see what kind of options do we have. Attack all enemies, attack capital ships first, shoot only missiles, shoot missiles first, my current enemy, and mining. To be honest, attack all enemies. Check. Defensive drones, only 5. Let's disable them for now. Cargo drones, let's disable them. Behavior is good. Check. Alright, this vessel is ready. So, the basic plan is that means the Osprey and the the Buzzards and the Falcons will remain in that position, in that orientation. We will kind of secure the flank. I'm not sure, but there might be more defense platforms out and about there. So I want to keep an eye on that kind of side. And we are letting the fleet carrier and the utility ship, they will remain in the other system, company regard. So they are a bit too fragile. Again, we don't have all the information, so I'm not going to risk. The destroyer is a true hull tanker, so I am not afraid to let it operate. So I don't expect we'll knock down the station in a few hits, if you catch my drift. So I do think I'll have to show the patience. Once it starts operating, the defense platforms might start responding, they might start sending crafts out, and I'll simply have to gauge what kind of threats, how many numbers, and how does that compare to the shields drop the destroyer is experiencing. If that number starts increasing, we always have additional, I would say, hopefully pulse boats available, but I do want to kind of keep them out of the mess. Right, enough is enough, guys. Let's let's make it count. Right, I'm gonna adapt my orientation a bit. No, don't want to move the big ship more out here. I want to keep it more this line, is kind of known space. So let's just give it a direct order. Alright, wish me luck, guys. This is kind of opportunistic.
xenon defense platform.
Awaiting orders.
Look at that, we still got a glimpse of it. Amazing. We were shooting into the darkness, but as we took down the last part, that was it. Wow. That was a professional hit, guys. Can't say otherwise. Right. I would say let's move up. First reposition ourselves. Let's cover the rear here. Check. Destroyer. Start moving up once we are in position. So I think we're there nearly, just outside of the asteroid field. That'll make fighting easier. So time for the destroyer to shine again. Guys, I almost want to cry. It's for every taladi they took from us. Watching it burn, I enjoyed every second of it, every shot. Look at that. I think we did people a good favor here. So, I want this puppy out on patrol. Let's have you explore this area right here. Now we are gonna go for the full map. There we go. Lovely. As for ourselves,
Osprey, Vanguard.
yes, we keep getting markers. That might be more unfriendly ones. So let's target one. Thought so. See, I thought so. For sure these
Unknown
are
station.
not Taladi stations, that's for sure. So I believe we need to get into 40-kilometer range approximately. So let's start off with 80. We'll drop out around 80 kilometers, maybe 50, 40-ish. I actually see a hostile accelerated party M. Alright, let's slow down. Let's stop the ship. Let the formation work for us. We're better in numbers. I'll come and give the seat to my pilot. Make sure he doesn't dash off again to somewhere. Exactly. Move this order. Attack.
You are surplus to requirements.
Attack multiple objects. Let's delete the first order. Attack multiple objects. Can you do that for me? Alright, you're working on it. I don't think this thing is working quite right, so let's just attack.
Get liquidated.
Exactly. So many ships, don't know who to focus on. Focus on the enemy. I think seeing him getting eradicated, it's gonna be fun. Well, this is interesting. I thought they were attacking the station, but they're actually attacking each other. proved to be the better. Oh wow. Now we're gonna get it.
My chain is bad business. Get away with this.
Somebody taking care of them, guys. Thank you.
Silly me. I will not try to make that mistake again.
Yeah. So here we can definitely see that there is a difference in how the attack width and the defense and the intercept protocol works. This is definitely a place where I would like to have them more in an interceptive role. Let's see, before we fly off, let's quickly fly and wait here. So basically we want to have this group not on an attack but on an intercept. Also, the pulse boat should be intercepting for the lead ship. Whoa. Okay. Down boy. This one looks to be intact. Are they already rebuilding? Are you kidding me? Attack. Sure done. Attack. figure there must be another gate somewhere because I haven't seen much traffic about. That's actually a factory that they started. Interesting. Yeah, already it kind of feels like I'm mopping up while the tap is still running. So, I do think let's have the destroyer operating. But there must be a supply chain
Osprey, Vanguard.
operating somewhere here. Boo, I am stuck or not? No. So that is a second hostile station. I do not need further confirmation, so let's do another honk over here.
Autopilot disengaged. Autopilot engaged. space.
Prove it.
Autopilot disengaged.
Not much. Since we're in the area, let's quickly do one here.
Autopilot engaged. Empty space.
They're building a wharf. Not for long. Looks like a fully functioning wharf. That will also explain perhaps the facilities we keep seeing popping up. They have the logistics to carry out at least transfers. I'm puzzled though how they build. I'm not seeing builders.
Autopilot disengaged.
Right, no fancy surprises here. Let's move up. Quick check. We are almost 5 hours in. Okay, so I should already start considering ending operations for today.
Engaged.
End on a stable note instead of total annihilation. Next episode to be continued. Man, I'm so happy with these strikes that are currently going on. These hits we're doing on these stations. Like, all of the prep, all of this playthrough led to this moment where I can just come in, dominate through intelligence, through working with other factions, so whether it's not even intent, them just being themselves, just doing their thing helps us. So it's a symbiotic relationship. And now just coming in and from miles away, just annihilate these stations, not jeopardizing any of our assets. It's an incredible experience, honestly.
Empty space.
Teladi company mounting the fence in skill plate 5 or 7. Not sure how often I missed that message.
Autopilot Disengage.
Destroyer's holding up good. 100% shields. Look at that. Full on confrontation. Yeah, I'm not gonna test the waters. I do think the sand station probably has additional defenses, but we're simply out of range. Using the smaller platforms will indeed again draw them near. %, so we are definitely chipping away at it, so to speak. Right, I think under the circumstances, these are two very big objectives. Also, it's almost 5-hour mark. Don't think we'll get these two stations done in an hour. And yeah, Lizard Lord knows what is hidden up there. But what I think at the moment is next episode I should use all of the time that I have to conduct proper reconnaissance, see if there is indeed a base from which they operate somewhere except the wharf, and also double check skill plate green 7 to make sure they're not operating from there or something like that, but I don't think so, to be honest. Then it comes down to, will we further engage? Will we further annihilate them and kind of capitalize on the gains and the lag we caught our ops having? The ops definitely suffered some great losses here earlier, and whatever they had did not work out for them because one single destroyer just annihilated 3 facilities in a row, and it's working on the 4th and the 5th. So will I kind of divert my resources from Hiva Twin 1, or will I, throw some money at it and reinforce my current effort? And both of these thoughts need some proper time to sink in, because both of them are completely different frameworks. One will guarantee that, for instance, if something escalates back in Hiva Twin 1, I still have formidable strength there. The other will guarantee that whatever is needed in general to tackle the xenon in the system, that will be then in my portfolio. It will be printed, it will be operating, and it will have proven itself at our current endeavor. So both of these thoughts are very lucrative. Do we commit to a expansion in the military branch, ensuring that I can actually take over or liberate systems from said enemies? Or do I realize that it took a long time to build up what I already have now? And it might not be wise at this stage to gamble that away for one system. Right, and that whole thing depends on what's hidden there in the fog of war. If I study that carefully, I'll make I think, a natural observation and a good decision in that department. Right, having that said, we are indeed 8 minutes away, so for today I will instruct my pilot to simply return to the lead ship, and we will
Sir.
remain in the vicinity of company regard, in the vicinity of skill systems, and next week we'll continue with this. And man, this is exactly what I built the whole fleet for. Look at that. We moved today to a completely different sector. We've set up a base swarming with neutral and friendly forces, and now we're actually conducting operations in hostile territory with 0 losses so far and only gains. That is strategy. There I say it's simple strategy, but yet it is strategy. Right, let's give our captain an order. If I'm not mistaken, I'll have to make a general announcement to everybody. Tea and medals today, guys. Tea and medals. All of them have earned that. So I'm definitely taking the group with me. I think the destroyer is more than capable of continuing this battle, and if it gets swarmed, I think it will hold out long enough for us to either reinforce it or send it back towards the gate. a delightful outcome.
Osprey, Vanguard.
And back at the mothership as if it's nothing. What a lovely work day. And now I'll just give them a manual order. See. Ship. Yeah, that's how I used to do it always. So yeah, apparently not all the protocols follow through. Also, I didn't really expect that. Meantime, how is the destroyer doing? Chipping away, chipping away.
Requesting permission to dock.
Quick check. How are we doing in numbers? Aha, we're not in that range anymore. We can feed off of the info. Yes, we can. Yeah, we're still chipping away. That's what I wanted to see. I'm happy. I'm happy. We're chipping away. Wolf. That will definitely need more vessels. Definitely. See, it's even producing now. Yeah, that's the first. It's the first one. I think it'll be coming for the. It's not coming. Interesting. But they're definitely active. That's also good for me to know. One destroyer is not gonna cut it. They can simply build a second wharf in the meantime and outratio me. So yeah, need to up the damage that I'm doing. However, again, am I gonna commit to that, or am I gonna? Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, guys. Man, what a interesting episode it was. It went completely in a way I didn't expect it to, but yeah, I've again learned a lot today. I learned a lot. Exit to start menu. Quickly double check, load game. Yeah. Company regard, correct. Yeah, what a session, guys. Oh, what a Friday. What a way to step into the weekend. So full of X4. I'm really happy with all the work on the combinations, though they have to prove themselves, of course, the travel drive shard Falcons. But all of that next week. Guys, again, thank you so much for your viewership, and I wish you all the best upcoming week. Lots of sunshine, lots of kindness and nice things. Hang in there. Alright, till the next one, I'm out.